Good evening and welcome back to Jerusalem, where Queen Gerhild has recently come off a bit of an invading streak and really needs to sit down and have a rest. So we fairly recently had a crusade for Finland, which has amusingly, owing to something which I really don't understand, left the Pope as King Bishop of Finland. Interestingly, he doesn't seem to get the Crusader King attribute as a result of that one. So my guess is that England was the largest contributor to the crusade, and my guess is that somehow whoever their crusade beneficiary was not eligible to actually to gain the kingdom, like they were dead or something. But yeah, I really don't quite understand why we have a new papal states, well, kind of, in Finland, but we do. Though the Pope himself is very sensibly staying in Liège rather than going to Finland. Queen Gerhild took some part in that and got herself like third place in the crusade, which was enough for a couple of nice artifacts and quite a lot of money. So now she's got 6,000 gold to play with, along with her 23,000 prestige and 14,500 piety. And so, yes, she took advantage of that to get some assistance with her holy war on the Najadids, which got her this patch here. This bit and this bit she got off the Byzantine Empire. Consequence of this is that she has a truce with both the Byzantine Empire and the Najadid Sultanate for the next 7 and 10 years respectively. So she's probably not going to war with either of those very soon unless she can have someone murdered. The Najadids would be an interesting target were it not for the fact that the Prince Archbishop of Hijaz, the very unfortunately statted and unfortunately young Prince Archbishop Donato, damn it, I've forgotten where that sentence started. He anyway is currently attacking the Najadids in order to take Hadramaut off them, and he's already got a war score of 77%, so all being well, he might actually get this finished sometime soon. We've had an entire crusade while he's been doing that. The Najadids are not looking very happy because other than Hadramaut, they only control 2 counties in Africa, which is, I think, the last bit of Africa with a Muslim ruler, because the Christians and the pagans have been squeezing them from both sides, and have now pushed them out almost entirely. Oh, except for CK2, of course. I think the Najadids will actually end up just stuck solely on CK2. So I think Queen Gerhild is going to have a bit of a rest from fighting people, though admittedly the Azymids do have like this one county here we could take, but they've also got 8,000 troops, so it will be a bit of a faff. So I think Queen Gerhild is going to have a bit of a rest and talk to her grandchildren a little. In particular, talk to her grandchildren about who they should be marrying. Also, she should spend some of that money. So let's see what she can spend her money on. So Mirabel, the capital, is already building a new camel riding ground. So we can't set that building anything new. Ramallah has lots of things it could have. We can have a keep, which increases the levy and garrison sizes for quite a lot of money. Some stables for mostly more light cavalry and the very beginnings of some heavy cavalry, or more camels, which will interact nicely at least with the keep. So I'm kind of inclined to start with a keep. And of course, we also Gerhild also controls 2 castles in Damascus. Not much to be built here, so let's upgrade the stables in Ksar-Bardavil. And there's nothing to upgrade in Shaba until we get some more technology. Because Shaba is not our capital, so we're a bit short on tech there. And this, I think, the buildings you can go by the technology level in the county where you're doing the building. So, like, we can ask if so a lot of the good things come from cities and temples, and we can see that actually, so Damascus is on cities and temples 4. They're actually the same, and so is they both have 4 castle infrastructure, 4 cities and temples. We have better improved keeps in Jerusalem, though. So she also has as part of her domain, rather oddly, Dhofar, which actually has an entire holding slot that we could start filling. But in the meantime, like, we can throw more camels, extra money at that. So we could build an additional castle in Dhofar. Which is probably a plan. I mean, we'll probably hand that over to someone else in due course, but for now. Right. Oh, yes. And, I mean, I have, as usual, slightly looked at what's going on here before this session. And I found that this guy, who was the Sultan of Oman, is no longer... Sorry, Emir of Oman is no longer. And that was confusing because I thought... Oh, no, that wasn't confusing. He's not at war, which was confusing because I thought, why can't I usurp? Why didn't I get you can now usurp the Emirate of Oman? And the answer is because he actually destroyed it, I think. So we have to create it from scratch. But we can now create the Duchy of Oman, which we might want to do in order to, like, consolidate these into a single vassal who could then do more significant things with the Najadids. We might want to find a good person to put into that role, though I did actually pick, like, 4 pretty decent people as the counts down here. So, like, she's got terrifying diplomacy, and I think her husband then... Oh, no, okay, he's a pile of uselessness. Okay, let's try this guy. Why did I give everyone around here really good diplomacy? This was not, like, what we wanted in this corner of the world. Now, she's pretty good. She's got stats like that and isn't a genius. That's really quite surprising. Yeah, and again, terrifying diplomacy, not much martial. I think I found her in my dungeons, possibly. I have quite a lot of good people in my dungeons. So, yes, Countess Friederike would be a pretty good plan for this. But I might have some other plans for that, for a duchy. Like, if I could find an heir to a duchy that I could give a duchy in my own territory, and if it was someone who wasn't somewhere with high crown authority, which was the mistake I made by trying to get Sinai, then I might want that duchy for them. Though technically, bizarrely, I can currently create the Duchy of Sana'a, which will be a slightly weird thing to do. Like, you might have... Why does my... Why are you not Duchess of Sanar? What have you done? Oh, you're Duchess of Thais, yes. Because Sanar is that inland bit of which Antsa controls 2 counties, and Prince Archbishop, what's his face, Donato controls 1 because his predecessor took some of it. Have I got that the right way around? No, the other way around. She controls 1 and he controls 2 counties, because both of them went on a holy war for the same place, and so it got shared between them. And I mean, in theory, I can also create Damascus. So maybe I don't need to save a duchy for a claimant, because maybe I can more usefully give them Thais or Damascus. So let's look at what claimants might be available. So the Byzantine Empire currently has medium crown authority, papal investiture, but I presume it's not really papal investiture given it's not Catholic. So medium crown authority means that things can be inherited out of it. So if we could find anything that would be inherited out by someone we could steal, then that might be quite useful. Gavel-kind inheritance is not the most useful thing, plus there's an argument that we don't really want to inherit a kingdom. So Prince Johannes is already a landed vassal of Despot of Assyria, so he can't be tempted away.
Things being inherited out is making me think of Sam Goldwyn.
Oh,
Out.
yes. And we can't seduce his heir because she's 4 years old. So we could go down. Actually, we should just remind ourselves of what area we want. We want all of the Near East. So we want this bit of, let's go down a level. This bit of Assyria, that bit of Beroea, and a couple of counties there which are part of the Duchy of Absicion. And we have a truce with the Byzantine Empire, so getting them by inheritance is better than getting them by claim. If we go down another level in there, then it looks like the Duchy of Jazeera might be interesting. So the Duchy of Mosul is held by the Despot of Assyria and basically seems to follow the same inheritance. Duchy of Jazeera is held by this guy. It's agnatic, cognatic, gavelkind, but he only has 1 son. And his wife is 18 though, that's a bit dangerous. So he might have more sons. And his first son would be willing to join our court. And he's a pile of uselessness. So we could invite Gregorios to our court. And while it's Gavelkind, which tries not to give people who already have titles more of them, since he is the only son of the current Duke of Jazeera, he would nonetheless end up inheriting it. If he were already a duke in Jerusalem, he would remain a vassal of Jerusalem in the process. So we could grant him Dhofar and then make him Duke of Oman. But I don't know that he's someone I want on my border trying to threaten the Najadids. And other than that, I'm a bit short of like counties to offer people other than Dhofar. I mean, I suppose I could give him Dhofar and like the Duchy of Sanaa or the Duchy of Damashq. But then he would start being annoyed that I was still holding Damascus. Maybe we could find him an excellent wife. Because he is unmarried. So if we got him a wife with really high marshal, then at least his state marshal would be reasonable. And he would have lots of armies from having vaguely decent vassals. That might be a plan, actually. If we invite him over, grant him Dhofar, invite him over, find him a brilliant wife and marry them while he's in my court, and then grant him Dhofar and the Duchy of Oman, then there's a good chance we'll end up inheriting Jazeera. So let's invite him to our court. Right. So Gregorios, we want to find a good wife for, and I mean, technically we don't need her to be of childbearing age. 55-year-old Agalina Tisinaka, brilliant strategist, direct leader, 21 marshal. He could probably appoint her as marshal if she asks him nicely. Though to be fair, Adelheid von Weinsberg might be quite decent too. We quite like someone with half decent diplomacy, but so yeah. I suppose we'd quite like him to have children too. Because otherwise there's a danger that that Oman will end up getting inherited back into the Byzantine Empire, which would be embarrassing. So maybe we do actually want someone young. In which case Adelheid von Weinsberg looks like a pretty decent Penka. Like, she's got good diplomacy and is like at least somewhat young. Now let's go for Adelheid von Weinsberg. You should join my court as well. And we will see if we can set you up together. Right. So, it's also interested in trying to organise grandchildren. So, currently, everything is going to be inherited by Antsa the Wise, because she is Gerhild's only child. Then the kingdom of Jerusalem will naturally go after that to Antsa of Samara, who, because she's our grandchild. She, however, doesn't have any children of her own because Gonçal died at the age of 6. So there's a slight danger that either the kingdom of Jerusalem will be inherited by Mayor after Antsa of Samara's death, if if Antsa of Samara continues to have no children. Or there's also the awkward feature that Syria is still stuck in Gavelkind, and so it will tend not to inherit, it will not be inherited by Antsa because she will already have the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and so it's liable to be inherited by Maor as well. So I think we want to find a good husband, or at least fiancé, for Maor. Actually, I have a vague feeling that when I looked around, this was actually the best I could come up with. Is Zenon, the spy master of Irbid, who is a 28-year-old genius. Let's just have a quick... So he's already in my realm, I believe. But let's just have a quick search. So let's go for men, unmarried... Start with join court, but we can spread out to would vaguely join, maybe join court if we sent them enough money. So like men who will join, genius men who will join my court are all even older than Zenon. So that's not very good. Let's try join court, any diplomatic range, yes. Ruler, no. Look for anyone who might be persuaded if we throw some money at them. Sort by age, because that's probably what we care about most. So she's 12. We prefer not to have anyone significantly younger than her. No one who isn't Christian will join us. He is a son of Tsarina of Bulgaria. We can't get her to join our court. And then the next one up in age is Zenon. So I think the best we're going to find for Maor is Zenon. Following the general rule of try to breed genius into the line. So another significant thing is that while the Kingdom of Jerusalem passes by absolute cognatic primogeniture, the Duchy of Thais it actually passes by agnatic cognatic primogeniture, and so will prefer male children, which has the consequence that when Antsa dies, the duchy will pass to Ramiro rather than to Antsa of Samara. So we probably want to ensure that he has a decent wife. Well, that's not very good, is it? There are no geniuses available to him directly, so I think we're going to have to be sneaky. So let us search for women, unlanded women in diplomatic range. And then I think what I want to look for is someone youngish whose parents we can invite to our court. So he would join us. She's maybe a bit too young. Most of these, their parents are landed and so can't be persuaded to move. So now we're getting noticeably older than Ramiro. Oops, wrong button. So Munia is 10 years older. I think that's getting a bit too old. We want them to have as much usefully overlapping childbearing age as possible. So let us try inviting Riculfer and his family, and hope his family comes with him. So we've now invited 2 people to our court and arranged 1 marriage. And we're mostly going, well, we'd love to stomp all over the Byzantine Empire again, but A, we're running a bit short of people, and B, we have a truce with the Byzantine Empire. Of course, we also have Gethsemane to enhance with our rapidly diminishing amount of post-Crusade spoils. So we've still got 1 unused feature slot, plus we could upgrade it again to level 3. One interesting thing that I need to remember is that once it has existed for 50 years, as in 50 years after the completion of stage 1, creating, I think it's 50 years, creating adding a feature will cause 50 days afterwards the firing of the A Town is Born event, which would finally fill in that last, give us 1 more holding slot in Jerusalem, which obviously I want. But we're quite a long way from, if the owner is at peace. But stage 1 didn't complete until 1163, so we've got like another 20 years before that's of significance. So like by then we'll probably have yet more holding slots. So I think on general principles we've got the money. We should upgrade Gethsemane to a level 3 magnificent garden. Is there an add-on we want? Hidden burial spot looks quite nice. Not that we've been plotting very much lately. So we can get more local taxes, or we can increase garrison sizes in Jerusalem, and indeed supply limits. More money. It's quite cheap, that. Let's get some road tolls as well. Right. So, I think we... Oh, yes. Duke Eadwulf is trying to kill Fadl ibn Nard, which is not acceptable because he's one of my commanders. And we discovered this earlier because Duke Eadwulf invited Gerhild to join the plot. But rather perversely, apparently that wasn't enough information for me to be able to tell him to stop plotting. So now I think I know that he's plotting, and therefore I can insist that he not kill my commander. I mean, I could imprison him, but I don't think that's helpful. Everyone is annoyed at my armies having been raised for a while, which is one reason for not doing too much. Oh, and we need a new commander, but I think when I checked, it turned out I'd accidentally fired someone I wanted to be a commander. And we've got some pretty good random people lying around. Like, why is Count Belisarios a commander? He only has thing of 16. He should be fired. But in the meantime, the one I actually want back is Gregorios. Why? I don't know quite why Gregorios is not in the list already. because he's an organiser and we want organisers. So let's add Gregorios. And then go, why is Belisarios on the list? He should be relieved, because like we've got Morcar, who is properly scary. Right, that's better. So we still only have one organiser mind. We might want more, but we'll see how we do. Right, my marshal isn't doing anything because she was leading troops, but we're probably not going to have a war for a little while. So let's get her back to researching military tech. Just thinking she could do it in Damascus. No, into Jerusalem. Right, let's unpause. 6 events have just happened. Oh, and Antsa has decided she wants a daughter. Apparently everyone is organising their courts. I suppose I am as well. And people are leaving the defensive pact. Well, I'm... Right, yes. Right, so... he's the guy that we want for his daughter. I mean, neither he nor his wife is a genius, but the daughter is. So we should... you know, it's probably going to be easier to do this from the other side. Ingrid Rickelsdotter should be married to Ramiro Heribertes. Let's try that button, see if it works. Okay, maybe I need to do this by the other means. There she is. I can just check by looking at her, can't I? I suddenly got myself terribly confused. I have. Let's try that again. Stoats. It's definitely a genius. Right, she's the right one. Not matrilineal, because for once he's the one on our side of the marriage. So that's fine. Her parents have also arrived. Actually, given she's in my court, I can't educate her yet, can I? No, she's much too young. So she's here because I want her to marry the other guy who's coming. We hope. You recently arrived from Gregorios, heir to the Duchy of Jazeera. So, yes, that will do. We don't care about whether it's matrilineal because neither of them is of our dynasty anyway. Right, so they are now married. Now we can create the Duchy of Oman. And grant to Gregorios the County of Dhofar and then the Duchy of Oman. Right. Now he is now Duke Gregorios of Oman. Currently a fairly random person is his heir because it still ended up agnatic cognatic even if I created it. So he will now, when he inherits the Duchy of Jazeera, he should, right now she's changed her hat and turned herself into a duchess. Oh, I should have converted him to Catholicism. Well, he probably loves me anyway, yes. She's Catholic already. Right, so now we have... So is she his sister or something? Ah, yes, right. She's his young next sister. And thus is currently the heir to the duchy, which will be fine. Right. So now he in particular might be able to make war on his neighbours, though he does only have a fairly small number of troops at the moment. He probably needs to improve the opinion of his vassals. Probably if he converts to Catholicism, that will help.
I'm confused by this idea that only after he's married can he make war. I think there's a T-shirt somewhere that will explain your misunderstanding.
She contributes to his state marshal skill, and his state marshal skill would otherwise be terrible. It's perfectly reasonable. Oh, of course, we only just gained Samara, didn't we? So she's desperately trying to settle herself down over there, which is why we're getting lots of messages from her. So, like, he contributes 5 points to his state marshal skill. His wife, with a marshal score of 19, contributes 9, and his councillors, what the hell has he managed to do? He's got plus 12. Who's his... And he has found Mayor Belasco, who only has 12 marshal himself, so... Oh, but do you get the whole of your... I think you get the whole of your councillor's marshal score and half of your spouse's marshal score. My state marshal is terrifying because Gerhild contributes 27 and her councillors contribute 28. And Idli contributes not very much, but still a little bit. So, yes, he may still have some difficulty waging adequate wars on the Najadids. But now he's Catholic, which should help a bit, because that will improve his vassals' opinion of him, and like their troops are fairly depleted, things will get a bit better too. So that's all going quite well. Oh, it's the winter and we haven't had a feast for ages. Yes, yes. Let us have the dancers. We have money. And the musicians. Who's Africa at war with? Oh, right. Yes, you've started taking on the pagans now, have you? Spend lavishly on food. And see if anyone will actually come to the feast. Mayor Hakam won't. Karak has been converted to Catholicism. My court chaplain is trying to murder someone. Why are you trying to murder her? She seems like a perfectly nice person. But please go ahead, I don't care. The Bishop of Jerusalem won't come to my feast. Neither will the Count of Al-Mafraq. Or the Duke of Tripoli. Or the Duchess of Nafud. Well, that's going to be rather boring then. But Antsa is appointing terrible commanders. What are you doing, Antsa? There are better people than that available. Aha, he's created the Prince Archbishopric of Sana'a. Okay. As long as he comes to my feast, I don't mind. And he's about to try to claim the Prince Archbishopric of Hadramaut. Oh! Queen Gael just dropped dead. That's embarrassing. Well, I mean, it's not very embarrassing. She had kind of organised things. Plus, that throws away all of those annoying truces. Queen Gairhild has given up the ghost at age 66. She died a natural, if slightly surprising, death in the middle of a feast. Cursed with an unhealthy, apparently, love for food, Gairhild was known for her massive girth. Many at court were fearing that her habits would lead her to an untimely demise for years before her death. Not very untimely. But yes. And yes, in the middle of a great feast seems like the appropriate time to go, really.
It's what she would have wanted.
Queen Antsa, whose name I can just about manage to get right now. Queen Antsa, having mastered many skills, she is sure to be admired by her subjects. That's feels a bit damning with faint praise.
Having mastered in particular the skill of arse-kicking, her subjects are sure to at least pretend they admire her.
I mean, she does have fairly good personal combat skill. So, yes, the other... Those are presumably... Oh, right, yes, those are... So the pretenders are Antsa's children. And random Adelinda Garonen, who I think is like an... It doesn't seem to be any relation at all. So be it. We now play as Antsa. We have a new heir, as expected.
Also called Antsa, or am I...
Yes, is Duchess Antsa. Antsa Heribertes versus Antsa Yasires. Yes, Antsa's eldest daughter is also called Antsa. This is possibly a little unhelpful. So Antsa has now inherited the Iron Mask of St. George and the Basque Crusader falchion, and has put on the German armour of the cross and has the armour of the cross spare.
I'm a little disappointed the falchion isn't Maltese.
No, Basque. And we could probably try to arrange to get a Maltese Crusader falchion, but... Good night, Claire. Right. So, slightly confusingly... No, actually, that is our... Right, we have moved to the correct place. We seem to have got some spare technology points from somewhere. I think that may be a lie. We need to sort out our succession, and we have our succession and our council. Yes, Queen Antsa now controls Gethsemane. Is no longer her own marshal. Queen Antsa the Wise did not inherit Queen Gerhild the Sword of God's claim on the Duchy of Alsace. No. We've gained an extra step of legalism, apparently. So, yes. I think she got it through her father or something. So, yes, Duke Aloito will do acceptably. Marsilio looks tolerable. Do we have a good steward around? We do. We have a good spy master around. Yeah, basically reappointing all the people that were doing the job before because they were perfectly good at it. Yeah, there's no one obviously better at that one. She's married to Prince Mayor Heribert of Jerusalem, which is an odd title. Who's like actually Mayor of Mutar, but also King of Jerusalem. Middling stats. Is a genius. Despite that, despite both of these two being geniuses, none of the children are geniuses. So might want to look through those. Probably don't want to try to imprison Adelheid. He is our court chaplain. Who is? Oh, he's trying to kill Paween. Yes, we knew about that. And Karlmann von Sachsen is trying to kill Lutbert von Sachsen. Who is Lutbert von Sachsen? Lutbert von Sachsen is our court chaplain. No, do not try to kill Lutbert. Do not try to kill your father. Right. Oh, right, yes, we do actually have lots of military points. I think we quite like our camel cavalry, so we could get a bit more of that. Let's nudge that up a little. And also that. And save the rest. Still threatening. Think any of those is useful. Yeah, Optimatoi is nowhere good. So let's see what state what Gethsemane is doing. That hasn't been paused, has it? No. It's usually only paused when you run out of money. So we have slightly too much armour in our treasury, in that cannot be equipped, so we should probably pass that on to someone else. I mean, the obvious person is Duchess Antsa of Samara, who does not currently have any armour. I mean, she doesn't have very good martial anyway, but right, so what's our current military situation? We are not hated by our vassals because they are all grumpy about previous administrations having overused their troops. Apparently I cannot currently hold a feast, possibly because I'm already holding one. So we could plausibly launch one or two entertaining wars. Antsa has accepted the Armour of the Cross, which is probably better than the last present she got. Please stop trying to kill people. Right, oh, how are we doing for minor titles then? Most of them are still... What? That's a terrible selection of commanders. Right, we should fix the commanders. So let's just get back in. We want to find... so Antsa herself is a siege leader, so we don't need a second, let alone a third siege leader. If we happened to have a spare organizer, that would be nice. Let's see if Antsa can invite some better commanders. So let's look for... Be fairly lazy about this. Join court, yes. Men. Order by martial skill. The Marshal of the Khazar Company is willing to join us. Who has 25 martial. Ditto of Rugen, who is also a holy warrior. Let's see, we have... That would fill up those two. He's also no use. So let's also invite the current Marshal of the Arab Company. And then we would really quite like an organizer. I'll search for it. Oh, right, he'll do nicely, yes. No, he can't be our marshal, sorry. Right, let's wait for those to arrive. In the meantime, fire some useless commanders. Right. Something interesting just happened. I should go and look at it in a moment. Why can't I appoint this guy as a commander? Do I actually have no commander slots? Oops. So he's an organiser, so we do actually want, if we're going to follow my usual approach of 2 organisers, 2 siege leaders. All right, it looks like we may have not quite, yeah, actually we should probably fire Faddle. We don't need 3 siege leaders. Right, so we now have 2 organisers, 1 siege leader, plus Antsa herself as a siege leader. Now we've got someone else turning up, but I don't actually have the slots for him. Right, Prince Bishop Donato of Hijaz has died, slightly surprisingly, of severe stress at the age of 32, which means we have a new Prince Archbishop of Hijaz, who probably isn't the person we'd actually intended, because we may not have kept all the people we put in place. Oh well, he looks much better anyway, so I don't really mind. Though we should thus work out who's going to be the next Prince Archbishop of Hijaz. We should probably just make it like one of our decent commanders. Quite like the look of those 2. Oh, or our recently arrived. I quite like 10 diplomacy, 18. Let's go for anyone with deep good learning. Let's go for Guntram. I mean, maybe it's impolite to appoint someone who's married, of course. Oh, his wife's dead. Excellent. He'd be a perfect Prince Archbishop then. Various people have arrived at our court. And Idris of Aden has founded the Elective Succession in Jerusalem faction. I didn't know you were allowed to found factions if you're not my direct vassal. Oh no, maybe you are my direct... Oh yes, because I'm now playing as Antsa, who is, of course, Duchess of Thais. So this area is all part of our domain, along with the county of Jerusalem itself. So, one thing we should thus do is see what of Antsa's domain wants upgrading. So, like, she could have more camels, for instance. She's still got a new administration penalty from having invaded down there ages ago.
Yes.
Oh, this place really needs improving. Well, let's get the castle town for extra taxes first. I like camels. Right.
Oh yes. In changing rulers, you presumably lost all your desert combat expertise,
Yes,
and so all these camels are no longer going to be wielded by a master of the.
indeed. Antsa is a siege leader rather than a desert warfare expert. So her levies are still slightly depleted, but she's got more than enough to take on at least the Azimids and probably the Najadids. What? The Najadids have 3,000 troops. Like, we could squish them with our little finger. Maybe we shouldn't take Baghdad yet, because we're still building the our existing great work, and Baghdad has the House of Wisdom in it. So the options are Al-Bahrain, Baghdad, Basra, don't want Fars, don't want Jabal, don't, I think, want Khuzestan, don't even know where Makran is, do want Mudar, I was kind of hoping a duke would take that, do eventually want Nafud as well. Nafud. Kind of tempted to head up that coast, because in particular, well, let's see, of my vassals, are the ones likely to take, which one is the weakest of the three fronts that I think I actually want to attack? So this guy has 3,000 troops. This woman has 2,000 troops. This one has 1,000 troops. So Al-Bahrain is obviously the one least likely to be usefully taken by anyone else. So I think if we're going to declare a holy war on the Najadids, we do so for Al-Bahrain. I suppose one other thing we might consider is at what point we will be able to usurp the Kingdom of Iraq, but that... And on that basis, Al-Bahrain is not very valuable, because it's not. It will be 25 years before it's de jure part of the Kingdom of Iraq. But the thing is, we can't really do that until we've taken everything we want anyway. Yeah, let's not worry about that one. Because like with the Ban al-Farhat Sultanate, we gained quite a lot by usurping Syria, but that was in part because they owned all of this land, which we could then take. Whereas the Najadids own precious little that isn't Iraq. I mean, maybe we go for Basra instead. I mean, no, I know. Basra has 3 counties as well. It's a kind of similar 3 counties, to be fair. Basra itself's rather nice. Right. Yes, let's go for Al Bahrain. Oops, no, wrong button. We've been raided by the Teutonic Order, but that surely shouldn't. So what's going on with his troops then? They're mostly just hugely depleted. Okay. So I suspect we can't raise many troops over here because everything's a bit depleted still. Though, to be fair, that's enough. We have a decent amount of money, so we may as well raise mostly domain troops. See what happens if I just raise my domain troops. That should be enough, actually. 12,000 of them. It looks like we've got slightly more against us than we thought. Have I accidentally started up a thing? No, maybe they're just vassals. Well, I suppose we can fire the 8 for the person with 21 martial skill and appoint the first person with 23. Didn't really intend to do that, but still. I suppose I should also set my various staff doing things. Let's research some economy tech for now. Study technology, which we traditionally do in Baghdad. Proselytize wherever it's left. And you're currently going to be leading armies anyway. Oh, maybe you should have been appointed as a commander indeed. I have a slight problem. I do have now an embarrassment of commanders because I think things got confused. Or possibly I got confused. Let's just leave you lying around for now. Looks like most of the enemy armies are actually in the north. So we may want to organise ourselves more up there. Thank you. Azam. Oh, I should look at who's teaching whom. I am somehow teaching Azam Ismailes. Presumably because we found him lying around somewhere. Well, obviously we should convert him to Catholicism. It'd be just confusing otherwise. Who have we got in our dungeons then? We do have a bunch of people who could probably be asked to convert and thus let out, and thus might turn out useful. Like, he's got decent backstabbing. I think these are mostly people whose former lieges are probably through our own actions no longer landed. And so now we're their liege. Okay, now Antsa should clearly be in the centre then. I should probably just see whether any of my vassals have particularly good reasons to be annoyed. Right, yes, our Duke of Cappadocia is the wrong religion at the moment. We may want to fix that. You don't seem to have any very good... Oh, you're another one with religious differences, are you? Of course, you won't convert. And what am I doing? Does stop backing plot means... Oh, right, I can ask him to stop backing a plot. Oh, I'm at war, so I think that it prevents me demanding his conversion. Right, let's get back to my vassals, see who else is particularly grumpy. Count of Aden is particularly annoyed, partly because he wants the Duchy of Thais, yes. He's down at the mayor level, so not very serious. It's not too bad. I'd like to fix the Duke of Cappadocia, but I think that's best dealt with by converting him to the Catholicism once he's an adult, if possible. our prisons are now rather, our dungeon is now rather less full than it was. Everyone concerned having been properly converted to Catholicism. Right, there aren't enough troops there to do anything useful, but that shouldn't be a problem because a bunch of others are turning up. So I think while these guys are hostile to us, we don't actually want to get into a fight with them. He's only defending because he is a vassal of the my target. So I think ideally we don't actually get into a fight with him. Those are the ones we want to get into a fight with. Let's loop around there and see where that ends us up. Oh, we have a new Duke of Nefou. Oh yes, I should. So yes, we do have a problem here that Mayor is currently first in line to the Kingdom of Syria. And Guntram von Rendsburg is currently first in line to the he's first in line to the Prince Archbishop of Sanaa because we appointed him there. And presumably Ramiro is okay. Who's heir to the Duchy of Taiz then? Is that now actually passing? Right, that's currently passing to Antsa, so we don't need to worry so much about Ramiro, apparently. That's following the primary title, it looks like. So we would like to change the law of Syria, or we would like to abolish Syria entirely, but we can't currently abolish it simply because it has Gavelkind succession. We can't currently change the succession law at all because Antsa hasn't reigned for 10 years yet. So once she's reigned for 10 years, she might be able to do something. She could adjust the Crown Authority. Don't think it's particularly helpful though. I think she's not going to. All right, now we do have another person on the other side of the war. And this is just us releasing a bunch of people from prison. So now our court is full of people we just released. Most of whom are nothing very special. And the ones who are two females be given good jobs. But like maybe we'll need them as counts or something. Wonder if we should just sit down here and start besieging things. I'm just like, I'd like to get to defeat some of the enemy armies early on, but they're kind of running away. Maybe we should stick an organiser in here to try to catch them. Maybe too late for that. Let's leave them for now. Let them. Well, I suppose we can start besieging things further east, can't we? Yeah, this lot are all just going to be disappearing off over the horizon, plus in large, well-organised groups. I think our target here now has to be to sit down in Baghdad if we can. Switch back to someone slow so that we don't accidentally catch up with the wrong people. Now we are besieging Bakuba. That's nice. Are you in my court? Why are you of the wrong religion? Okay, she can't be converted by me anyway. We can at least get her husband. Mayo was... Oh, I should sort out who's teaching everyone. Mayo was curious about the visitors, but was polite enough to wait until the Chamberlain had escorted them to their rooms before she started asking thousands of questions about them. Where they came from, why they looked so different, and who they were. Wait until the banquet and then I will introduce you, because diplomacy and gregariousness are good in someone who even might be a successor. Yes, I'm currently teaching Princess Mayor, who we hope won't end up inheriting Syria, but we need to organise that. Right, yes, and there are currently no granddaughters. Not quite sure why this guy's worth the effort. But he's here now, so... So they're heading to Uwal. Where's that? Oh, that tiny island there. I hadn't even noticed that was a separate place. county. Najadids are wielding some rather annoyingly large armies now. Right. We have a new Countess of Irbid, who has inherited it from her father. Will come of age soon. Who is betrothed to the Duke of Palmyra. That's nice. They're all going to Uwal, presumably in order to besiege us shortly afterwards. But that's kind of fine. Though if they're going all the way down there, they may find that the mountains are a bit helpful to them. I would quite like to occupy the Iraqi capital. What? 91% war score. Because we've captured basically the Najadid leader's entire family. Right. Well, that should be quick then. We have dragged a vast number of Najadids out of their hiding holes. We had one prisoner at the start of this war. We now have 22. Right, so... anyone called Najadid is probably important to our war score. Anyone not called Najadid may well not be. And I think we did manage to imprison some non-Najadids. Going back through Uwal. To the narrow-minded fanatic Antsa, may you be sewn up alive in the belly of a dead camel, but I will pay you 10 gold to get someone back. See, this is a problem with your having so many children. Eh. Is that when we capture all your children, we suddenly get an awful lot of war score for it. Apparently we don't get very much money for it though, because you don't actually want any of them back. One of them is called Susan. It was only Najadids who were getting us war score, so... I think that's everyone we can actually ransom that we want to ransom, because obviously we want to keep the Najadids for their excellent consequences for our war score. The clergy is not satisfied with collecting a tithe from all free peasants. They demand the right to collect an extra tithe. A tithe is a tenth of the peasant's harvest, or a tenth of the craftsman's production. If the priests were allowed to collect another tithe, it would double the taxes and thus make the peasants protest wildly. So, does she annoy her bishop, who already hates her? Oh no, her bishop's quite happy with her. Or does she increase the local revolt risk in return for more money from the temples? Let's look at her traits and see which seems believable. I think being charitable and kind, she probably does not allow it. The Italians are wandering through our desert because they're trying to take what's left of Abyssinia. Those guys are actually on the other side of this war from me, aren't they? Yes. They're marching into plains. I think we're going to break off this siege and go and say hello to them. We now have 99% war score. Let's get the other 1% out of this battle. Oh dear. No, I can't be ill yet. Queen Antsa is ill. Burning up with fever, nose running, head feels as if someone is banging something hard against it. That's not good. If nothing else, she's got a battle to be involved with. Still has 43 personal combat skill though. So the young Countess of Irbid is now of legal age. Pretty decent stewardship at least. Would be helpful if we got any taxes from the counts. We seem to be stuck at 99% war score. Are we capped by something? Because we haven't yet won a major battle. That battle was not quite major enough, annoyingly. So we either need to find an actually useful army, or we might want to step down our efforts a bit and wait for the 36 months to pass. We're currently only at 11 months. So this army is entirely domain troops. This one I think is a bit more random. We might reasonably pull out the liege troops from here. And send them home so as to avoid annoying the Duke of Oman. Aha, we have found a decent sized enemy. We now just need to get enough of our troops there to deal with them. Let's just assault what's left of that to get the war score from that. Not that it really matters. And then we'll bring this lot up here. Make sure they have an organiser. Yes, they do. Don't know why that lot aren't attacking me, but yes, I can't demand conversion from a vassal while we're at war. Plus, it's going to take some serious effort to de-annoy him before he'll even think about converting. So, oh dear, they are coming to attack me. No, they're coming. What? Who's coming to attack me? Yes, they are, right. This is a problem. We are in plains. I think we should see if, given an organiser, we can get away adequately fast. As if we can draw them closer to the incoming army, we will survive better. Yes. Just work on the assumption that we're going to meet them in Q8. Someone's trying to kill Duke Gregorios. Who's Duke Gregorios' heir as in respect to Oman? It's Agatha Arotras. She'll do. Suppose we can't have things inherit out of the kingdom, so meh. So those guys are still not actually technically our enemy, right? Let's keep heading. Let's go for Basra instead as our target then. Hope the enemy are foolish enough. I suppose there is some advantage in meeting them in Kuwait in that there we're actually able to besiege something while we wait. I mean, we'll be besieging something more valuable. It doesn't really matter. Let's be in Basra. See if they're foolish enough to try to take us on. Right, Gethsemane now has road tolls, which should increase our income a little. Right, now let's hope that the Najadid army is willing to come and meet me. Maybe they aren't. You know, I'd like it if they did. Maybe they're just waiting for... No, they're not. Right. Time to start picking people off then. Think. Or do we just charge straight after them on the grounds that we do need a big battle? And we only need one big battle. And we're basically here depending on our superior commanders and superior tech. Probably superior tech. Our commanders aren't that superior, but I don't think that anyone else joining this war at this stage is going to matter. Oh good, the illness has passed. You guys aren't coming to join in, are you? No. Everyone is joining this war. It really isn't going to help. Because that was a big enough battle. Oh, she had an ambition to become a paragon of virtue, did she? Right, that's nice. Let's just check that no one else is occupying any of this area. They are not. Splutch. That's the noise of winning a holy war, apparently. You not run away to Kuwait. Everyone's been released again. And Antsa has gained a stupid number of titles. Still appears to be quite a lot of people in our dungeons. Our threat is getting slightly embarrassing. Which means lots of people are joining defensive pacts against us. Most of whom, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's mostly that the Najadids are probably going to join a defensive pact against us if they haven't already. They haven't yet. I mean, obviously we have a truce with them at the moment. Let's get them dismissed. So, now we need looking through these to see if there's anything interesting. Someone to take over this territory, but as before, I think the duchy title is currently held. Yes, is currently held by this guy, and we can't usurp it because he's at war. So we might want to find someone who can be the next Duke of Al-Bahrain. But it may be a little while before we can actually grant him the title. Or Duchess, or her. Let's do the common thing of... Well, I suppose we could first see if there's anyone in our court who, like... I mean, we could give it to one of our... Give the entire duchy to a commander. We could find a wife for Talib and grant it to him. There is an advantage to choosing a fellow crusader, of course. We've even fired Karlman as a commander because he didn't have enough martial skill. But he's a crusader. We could get him a decent wife. Would prefer someone not cynical, I suppose. I mean, Talib has the advantage of being zealous. Gregorios is a precious high martial organiser. So if we stuck him in there, he's cynical as well. Why are all my commanders cynical? Marsilio might be all right, actually. He's not cynical. He likes Antsa already. He's a fellow crusader. So we can make him the Duke. We could see if there are any, now see if there are any, I mean, we could give him all of the counties and make it all his problem, or we could give him one of them and put a bunch of Despoletos under him. Let's see if there are any Despoletos who'd like to join my court who look like they should make good rulers. Clotilda looks excellent, but she is 70 years old, so she might not last very long. And her daughter is not up to much. And isn't a Despoleto. Let's look at youngish ones. There aren't many who'll join my court. Baldwin looks like tolerable. Decent stewardship is nice too. Well, we'll invite Baldwin. Garehill's probably better than like some random, entirely random person, and we can marry her matrilineally. Amalberga wants to marry a ruler. There's a danger I might... No, I won't make her a ruler with 2 marshal, actually. Sorry. That guy I'm mostly going, maybe I should appoint him as my court chaplain. Well, we already have a court chaplain approximately that good. He looks like a generally decent person to have around. Maybe we should just invite him over and send him off to have a county just because it will be entertaining. So which is the best county here then? Probably Alhassa. I mean, obviously the de jure capital is going to be Bahrain. But this place has more stuff in it. So I think I should grant that commander of mine, sorry, marshal, I think we should grant him the county of Alhassa and everything in it. Oh, we should have found him a wife first, shouldn't we? Well, he'll have to find himself a wife now. Probably. This guy already has a wife. Let's make him Count of Bahrain. Oh, we should have... So this now has a stupid situation. Is he... Yeah. Accidentally meant that he doesn't have all of the subsidiary things. Well, let's leave that for now. Grant out the rest and then sort that out. A rather nice little genius kit here. Have I got a daughter who we'd quite like for him? Oh, but we might not be able to get a matrilineal marriage, I suppose. And apparently no. But there are some geniuses available for Get a Hilt, though. He looks pretty decent. Right, where were we? We were trying to find a husband for Gerhild. Probably should be matrilineal because she's a Dispoleto. How about Carlman von Saxon? He's a sensible age. He's not currently actually, maybe I prefer a slightly more balanced person like Sabas. Put her out on the little island. Probably not actually sensible. Let's grant her Q8 and lower titles. She is now Countess Gerhild of Q8. Alright, yes, she's Hans's wife, of course. So that one we've still got a couple of counties that we're holding. We could just grant them to Marsilio and let him organise them. His domain limit is tiny at the moment. Partly because he's only a count. Partly, I think, because he has terrible stewardship and is unmarried. Apparently can't. I have a fair quantity of young women kicking around the court, don't I? Yes. But apparently he won't. I can't suggest that someone should marry him. Maybe he's in the process of like organising himself a wife. Oh yes, this guy wants a title, doesn't he? Let's stick him on the island. He is now Count Boudouin of Uwal. So now we just have Qatif that we need to find a count for. He now has a court at least, but we still can't. Excellent. Gerhild is now betrothed. Everyone, oops, that was a war declaration. I wonder what it was. Ascalon was doing something. There's Ascalon again. She's Antioch, not Ascalon. You're attacking the Templars again. Okay. Still can't work out why I can't give you a wife, but maybe I should try to find someone else to take Qatif off my hands. There aren't many available Dispoletos who are like any good. Clotilda's the only good one. She's 71 years old, which is probably not going to be very helpful. Wondering who has a naturally high opinion of me. Maybe who has terrifying martial and a reasonably high opinion of me. Who is a genius and would like a county. Truda di Capua is not bad, but she's a bit old. And like her children are terrible. He might be quite fun. Maybe we should just invite him over and put him in Thingy, our one remaining spare county. Yeah, we should pay attention to that faction. Lots of people are seriously annoyed with me. Is this just because it's mostly because my domain's too big? Yes, okay. Things will cheer up a lot once I fix that. So there's one of these where I accidentally didn't hand over all of the sub things. So Almaska, Moab and Zubara want to be granted to him. So now we are under our domain limit, which should vastly cheer up most of our vassals. Duke Gregorios is still annoyed. Let's send our Chancellor down there to deal with that. Actually, let's not get him tied up just yet. Let's also set our spy master to doing some scheming, just to be on the safe side. Duchess Adelheid is usually our troublemaker. Let's wait a bit until we can tidy things up. Rather perversely, of course, that's ended up being our castle rather than owned by the Duke. But that means we can cheer the Duke up by granting it to him. So now he's only at -4 because we just granted him a barony. How are you doing at this silly war. 85%. He's getting there. Don't think he's the same bishop who started the war, mind, but why is the capital of the Byzantine Empire moved? Okay, let's not go to war with the Byzantine Empire just yet. I'd like to not go to war until we have the factions a bit more under control. Maybe have our domain levies recover a bit. There is a new pope, that's nice. Alright, a new anti-pope, strictly. I could ask him not to fabricate a claim on my kingdom. Yeah, you have a point. I could try to ransom the rest of my dungeon, couldn't I? Spring clean the dungeon. Or, I think my assumption is that she is of no... I mean, she is his daughter. You might have thought she might be worth something. I mean, she is worth money. I'm just going... Or do we hang on to them so that the next time we go to war with the Najadid Sultanate, they'll be valuable? But of course, the next time will either be in 10 years or there will be a new sultan. So possibly it's worth clearing them out anyway. We're all right for money now. This is my next target anyway. Oh yes, can we work out... Oh dear, Count Marsilio has died. We only just granted him that county. Indeed, he was apparently murdered. Well, that was inconvenient. Someone just went and murdered my thing, Marshal. Well, happily the new Count of Alhassa looks like a perfectly tolerable chap too. And is even adequately married. But we're going to need a new Marshal. So Morcar has 24. Let's not insist on a genius. Best we can import is 22. So let's appoint Morcar as Marshal. Then we're going to need a new commander. Right, Carlman has 21 Marshal. We don't actually need a spare siege leader, but on the other hand, that would then allow us to relieve Guntram and appoint Carlman instead. So let's invite Sisse. In answer to the question, how old is Queen Antsa? She is 45, so she's not in imminent danger of dying. We would quite like her to hang on long enough to change the succession law in Syria, so that Mayor doesn't inherit it and Antsa does, and younger Antsa does instead. Or rather, actually, so that we can abolish the Kingdom of Syria. Which will kind of annoy people, but we can only abolish it if we change the succession law. And to change the succession law, we have to have reigned there for 10 years. And so far, we have reigned in Syria for 2 years. Oh look, yet another unfortunate swiping of a Templar castle. You'd think they'd learn. Right, this guy is now one of our commanders, and then we can say that's an excessive number of siege leaders, relieve Guntram, and appoint Carlman. The Gavelkind succession faction is still bigger than I'd like. We should hold a feast and try to reduce it a little. Finally! Sultan Farouk II of the Zianid Sultanate accepted Prince Archbishop Gilen of Hijaz's peace offer. The Hijazian holy war for Hadramaut has ended. Prince Archbishop Gilen of Hijaz has won. This now means that the Ziadid Sultanate consists of CK2 and I think one place here, yes, and the city of Seun. So we're going to have to fix that at some point. I'm sure the Prince Archbishop of Hijaz will sort it out in due course. Bahrain is still at war, so we can't swipe their title yet. Kind of would like to sort out factions a bit. But we'll have a feast, that will help a bit. I just like camels. Okay, she's just a random courtier, isn't she? Yes. Not really a problem that she turned out to be an indulgent wastrel then. Oh, I've got these troops still raised. Well, that would explain why one of my vassals keeps being annoyed at me. Shaba is not currently building anything. I think that's because it can't, yes. So it's going to be a while before that gets finished. And we already have the road tolls, so there's not much more to do there. I kind of don't want to, well, we should have a feast, if we can. Maybe why can we not hold a feast then? We're not at war. We don't even get it appearing in the list of things we might plausibly want to do. And it's December. That's weird. I shall have to look up the circumstances under which one can hold feasts, because they're quite important, really. Let's set him training troops in. Well, we'll start in Jerusalem. Try to recover the troop numbers a bit faster. Well, we said they'd been reduced to Socotra. Oman has decided to declare war on them to try to take Socotra. Have fun. Okay, I think we may have inherited an extra little bit. Yes, I think we've just inherited Abydos over here from someone by accident. Which is not going to be good. Although that won't make any difference to our threat, interestingly. Maybe we can... Do you think we can send him a gift to make him happy enough to convert to Catholicism? It's quite expensive, but we've got money. Right. That should make him a bit happier with us, which, given that he's getting quite powerful, is probably a good idea. Right. Why is he not married? We should find him a wife, preferably like a Di Spoleto wife. Sadly, we don't have a Di Spoleto here to marry to him, so let's see if we can find one. I mean, he probably wouldn't take a matrilineal marriage, actually, so maybe this isn't worth the hassle. We'll see if it works, though. Not him. Him. Sorry, I need to arrange marriage, of course. He's a grown-up. So no, he won't take a matrilineal marriage because he's a duke. Do we have anyone obviously better than Antsa? So ideally for a slightly rebellious... Obviously it won't take her. I'm mostly here for seeing if I can quickly convert her. Right, anyway, ideally we probably want someone with terrible backstabbing, but good martial. Vicenza's actually a pretty good candidate for that. Oh, Thana would be even better. Is she a bit old, though? Only a bit. And they both want to get married, don't they? No, actually, he wants to become Chancellor. Oh well. Right. So he now actually has a wife and can sensibly do things, though really at some point we probably actually should be trying to annoy him into rebelling so that we can break up his duchy, because we'd like to give some of it back. Like, we don't need all these odd bits, and if we make things, if we grant people independence, then they cease being part of, then they reduce our threat. Good. Somewhere else has become Catholic. the Duke of Galilee has left the Gavelkind succession faction, which I think now means someone's trying to murder someone. I forgot to check who. Which I think now means that we have a sensible. None of our factions is particularly scary. So Duchess Adelheid the Wise continues to be. She is still a member of only one faction, actually. Usually we threaten her and it helps. Right, so she wants to become Queen of Syria, does she? Well, that's nice. So the Azamids then. We're going to try to go after them at the moment. They're very decadent. They have very few troops. Difficult bit is going to be finding an Azamid army to fight. I think that's going to take too long to do this evening then. Let us just have a quick look at the general situation. Byzantine Empire is still quite scary. Not least because they've got 3,500 hired troops, but even then they'd be quite scary because we're only sitting at 23,000 at the moment. We do want to take some territory off them eventually. And they do have a new... Well, I mean, we don't have a... Antsa doesn't have a truce with them anyway. But we would probably like them not to be doing too many things. They are currently in the middle of a holy war. But they're going to win that one fairly soon. Najadids, we do have a truce with. Not entirely surprisingly. So essentially the only other people we as Antsa can go to war with are the Azamids. The Najadids are fairly weak, at least notionally at present. So we could probably, we might hope that our vassals will do something about that. Sadly, this guy is still engaged in his war, and so we can't usurp his title yet. Africa is doubtless terrifying. Yes. And is now extending its tendrils into the interior, making itself even more terrifying. I just want this little bit of territory here, but I haven't managed to work out how to get it. But I suppose getting more of the Najadids will help. Yes, so that lot will sort itself out a bit. Why is Shabar going that way then? Is that because Shabar has Gavelkind succession for some reason? Oh, I suppose Shabar is inside... yes, is part of Syria, so long as Syria exists, Shabar will have Gavelkind succession. Yeah, that makes sense. young Antsa is still childless. Mayor is 2 years off marriage and has some fairly terrible traits. Azam, whom we're tutoring for some reason, is doing all right. Antsa does in fact have a weak claim on the Kingdom of Africa. That's not very helpful. This is still being run by Uncle Alaric, isn't it? He is 63. His successor will be Reinhardt, who is not very well off for, is not as well off for martial skill as his father is. But on the other hand, his father has a bunch of artifacts to help with that. Slightly more than he needs, really. So, yes, so that might become a little softer, though it'll still be fairly scary. I'm really not sure how we're going to get the territory off Africa. But that's a problem for another day. We've at least got all the way around the south side of the Rub al Khali Desert and up as far as Kuwait. Meanwhile, someone is trying to get CK2, and I may want to try to start working out how to grant independence to the bits of our territory that we don't really want, like this bit and this bit and this bit, because they're all outside the Near East. As in fact is CK2. But that will be a job for next time. For now, I think we will say that this is the end of the evening and say good night.